I was looking at my recorder and they weren't angry at me. Yeah, well,
my mom
Yeah.
Afternoon. Well, I want to begin this afternoon by congratulating the most recent graduates of the U.S. Army's Ranger School. As many of you here in this room have reported, 2 remarkable women are among the 96 remarkable people who graduated. They're the first 2 women to pass through this elite proving ground for military leadership. Earlier today, I had the privilege of offering my personal congratulations to the 2 of them, who, along with their fellow graduates, have now earned the right to wear the Ranger tab. Truly, it's a huge credit for anyone, man or woman, to endure the intense training and curriculum at Ranger School and to prevail and graduate. Clearly, these 2 soldiers are trailblazers, and after all, that's what it means to be a Ranger. Rangers lead the way. These recent graduates will be leaders of our Army, of our force of the future, and like every Ranger serving today, they'll help lead the finest fighting force the world has ever known. Because of the foundations that were laid for women to serve in additional roles, actually during my tenure here as Deputy Secretary of Defense, which I'm pleased, I take special satisfaction in the strides like this that we continue to make. Approximately 110,000 ground combat positions have been opened to women since then, and the department's policy is that all ground combat positions will be open to women unless rigorous analysis of factual data shows that the positions must remain closed. On October 1st, the services will provide a report to the chairman requesting any exceptions to this policy, and I'll review the services recommendation and make a final determination on that issue by the end of this year. As we open to new subject now, as we open a new chapter in our history, we continue to work our work to bring another chapter on a different subject to a close. Working with our interagency colleagues, with the White House and with Congress, we continue our efforts to close the detention facility at Guantanamo Bay. Here, let me reiterate what I have consistently stated. As long as this detention facility remains open, it will remain a rallying cry for jihadi propaganda. The taxpayers are paying too high a financial price to keep this facility open. And additionally, closing the detention facility at Guantanamo is not something, in my judgment, that we should leave to the next president, whether Republican or Democrat. It's for all of these reasons that I have strongly supported President Obama's commitment to bringing a responsible end to holding detainees at Guantanamo. Now, to move forward on Guantanamo, and this is something I've stressed also, there are 2 groups of detainees we need to address. First, there's a share of detainees who have been or could be deemed eligible for transfer to other nations, but only in a way that mitigates the threat that these detainees might pose to the security of the United States. Finding a solution for these individuals involves complicated negotiations with international partners, extensive consultations with the leaders of the national security and legal organizations, and final approval by me. My responsibility to assess that the risk of any transfer has been mitigated is not only the law, but common sense. We do this carefully and do it deliberately. I've approved the transfer of several detainees and will continue to do so when appropriate. Still, I have stressed, and this is important, that transferring this group of detainees represents only one complex piece of this equation. We cannot, in fact, close Guantanamo until we find a solution to the second portion of the Gitmo detainee population, namely those who are not eligible for transfer. This is a group of detainees who, in the interest of our national security, should remain in law of war detention. I therefore want to complete a responsible realistic, and security-focused plan for an alternative defense detention facility in the United States for that second population. I'm pleased that many members from both sides of the aisles in Congress have indicated their interest in and willingness to consider such a plan. Here, we will continue to engage with Congress in finding a solution. So working closely with other senior leaders on the President's national security team, we recently took another concrete step forward in this direction. Under my direction, DoD assessment teams are evaluating alternative detention sites and examining the investments required to make facilities suitable for holding this second group of detainees. Assessment teams have gone to Leavenworth and will soon go to Charleston to analyze requirements. This does not mean that either of these sites will be chosen. We will also be assessing other locations in coming weeks. Ultimately, the facility surveys will provide me, the rest of the President's national security team, and Congress with some of the information needed to chart a responsible way forward and a plan so that we can close the detention facility at Guantanamo and this chapter in our history once and for all. And finally, well, maybe the dog days of August, we're forging ahead here in the Pentagon with some critical work. And I don't need to remind anyone in this room that it's only 41 days until a budget must be passed. I hope that in the coming days and weeks, Congress will come together and pass a responsible budget to build the force of the future, the one our warfighters, our taxpayers, and our nation deserves. We need budget certainty. And with that, I'll open it up for questions. Ida.
Mr. Secretary, two things on Syria. First, I was wondering if you could bring us up to date on the Syria Train and Equip program and what you believe is necessary for the U.S. to do in order to either change or adjust how they are deployed to avert what has happened last month. And secondly, on Turkey's expected launch of airstrikes into Syria, that has not yet begun again. There was one initial, but there was a lot of discussion about the U.S. needing to sign some sort of MOU so that Turkey could launch airstrikes into Syria. Where do you see that? Is there progress, or do you think Turkey is dragging its feet and will instead continue to focus its efforts on the PKK?
Okay, let me do the train and equip part first. That program is part of the strategy. The strategy is the right one, namely the strategy of training, equipping, and then enabling local ground forces, because that's the only way to have a lasting defeat of ISIL. That's possible because we've been doing it in other places, for example, with Kurds, with elements of the Iraqi security forces. I've been candid that it is difficult and has been difficult with respect to Syria. And accordingly, we are, to answer your question, working on adjusting that program constantly based upon the lessons we've learned so far, the experience we've had, to try to expand the numbers and the scope of that program. That's difficult work, but it's necessary work. With respect to Turkey, we do want Turkey to do more in the fight against ISIL. Your specific question was about Turkey joining in the coalition air campaign. The Turks have agreed in principle to do that. They now need to join the so-called ATO and participate in that. That's only one part of what we need Turkey to do, and what Turkey has indicated some willingness to do. We need them also as a neighbor to this conflict zone, as a longtime NATO ally and a responsible member of the anti-ISIL coalition, to control the border, the long border that they have with both Syria and Iraq, more than it has been controlled over the last year. It is a border over which logistics for ISIL and fighters cross. And so we're looking for them to do more in that regard as well, and are in active discussions with them about that second part, which is doing more along the border. So we need Turkey to do more. We're in active discussions, including the president himself. They've indicated considerable willingness to do that. We're working through the practicalities of that, and it's extremely important for the campaign against ISIL.
Do you believe they're dragging their feet?
I don't think they're dragging their feet. I think that they have, their leadership has indicated that this needs to be done. It's overdue because it's a year into the campaign, but they're indicating some considerable effort now, including some allowing us to use their airfields. That's important, but it's not enough. They need to join the ATO, and they need to work more on controlling their border. And we have made that clear. Barbara.
Can I ask you to step back for a minute on all of this? The intelligence community has openly called the fight against ISIS as a stalemate at best right now. While there's been some shifting on the ground, overall stalemate. You have the Turks not moving as fast as you've just said you want them to. The Iraqi forces, 3 months later, still struggling to even get back to Ramadi, train and equip in trouble, and your own intelligence community calling it a stalemate. Your bottom line, it may work eventually. Is it working now? How do you, as Defense Secretary, really feel about this at the moment? Is it working? And tell me why and why not. And my other question is, on Gitmo, all of your predecessors have publicly said they've been pressured by the White House to approve transfers at a higher rate. Can you tell us, what pressure are you getting from the White House to speed up transfers?
Okay, first of all, on the first question, I'm confident we will defeat ISIL. It is hard work. It's difficult work. I think we have the right strategy. You're right. We're getting Turkey, to get to the previous question, more into the fight now. Iraq obviously was in no position to effectively counter ISIL last summer. It is in a better position this summer than it was last summer. Obviously, it's not a lot better position than last summer. When Mosul fell, a better position for that matter than 3 months ago, also because there have been some additional Iraqi forces that have been trained, outreach to the Sunnis, some substantial successes by Kurds in the north, and very serious determination on the part of Prime Minister Abadi to carry out the kind of multi-sectarian governance that is necessary for success. So this is going to be difficult, and it's going to take some time, but the strategy is the right one, and we're just going to have to keep working on it. With respect to the second,
Is it still?
well, I'm not going to try to characterize it. I don't.
Your own intelligence community says it's a stalemate.
Well, then you can report that, but I'm not going to try to characterize it. I'm confident that we will succeed in defeating ISIL, and that we have the right strategy. But it's complicated, not just only in Iraq, as you indicate, but in Syria as well. And of course, that's not the only aspect of defeating ISIL. There is an intelligence aspect of that, where we need to know better about ISIL than we did last summer, and we're trying to improve that. The foreign fighter flow, which I talked to earlier, and the economic and humanitarian aspects of this. So there are a number of aspects of it, in addition to the military aspect, that makes it more complicated, but all of those ingredients are necessary, so-called 9 lines of effort, to the final and eventual and certain defeat of ISIL. With respect to Guantanamo, I see it exactly the way the president does, which is, as I said, this is something that is a rallying point for jihadi propaganda. It's expensive for this department and not something that the president wants to leave to his successor. And I think that is a very, very correct position. I support it entirely. You ask about transfers, and we are doing transfers. I'm going to do that very carefully. The public would expect that. That's what the law says. I said the law is consistent with common sense, and I'm going to do that when and as I can make the appropriate certification. But the point I was making today, Barbara, is an entirely different one, which is that there is a set of the detainees at Guantanamo Bay that are not going to be transferred because they're not eligible for transfer. So Gitmo can't be closed only by addressing that first part. Important as that is, and seriously as I take that work and that responsibility, there's the second part. So I've been stressing that even as we work hard and deliberately and carefully and responsibly on the first part, which is what I'm doing and will continue to do, all of that, we have to work on the second part. And that's the point I was making today. I'm working with the White House on this and have been right from the beginning. Courtney?
One more follow-up on Gitmo, actually. You mentioned in your opening statement that members of Congress have shown some willingness to consider such a plan of moving the detainees here to the continental U.S. Have any of those members of Congress been ones who would actually potentially see the detention center in their state? So, like Charleston, Leavenworth, whatever the civilian ones are that we haven't been privy to.
Well, I don't want to speak for any particular members. You'd have to ask them. But I think the basic point is that, and I indicated this in the statement, that both Charleston and Leavenworth happen to be places where we operate detention facilities, and therefore some of the information, including cost information and so forth, that we need can be obtained by visiting those two. That doesn't mean that either of those would be the chosen location. And furthermore, we're looking for other ones as well. So I don't want to speak for members of Congress. There have been members who have indicated now, and this goes back in time, a willingness to consider a plan. And so our responsibility is to provide them with a plan that they can consider that is a responsible one, so that people who share my and the President's assessment that this would be a good thing to do if we can all come together behind a plan to do it, can have a chance to look at something and make up their minds.
And then if I could ask you about a separate subject as well, Russia and Ukraine. Can you give us your assessment of, there's been some reporting of an increased aggression, increased clashes along the border with Russian-backed separatists and around Mariupol and whatnot. Can you give us your assessment of what you think this means? Are we on the verge, on the precipice of an upcoming Russian offensive or Russian-backed, whatever, fighters offensive to make a land bridge towards Crimea? What is your assessment?
Well, we're watching everything that goes along in the line of contact there. Obviously, we're concerned about the level of violence. We'd be very concerned about it increasing further, but I don't have a prediction for you in that sense. We're very concerned about it. We watch it very closely. Lucas.
Mr. Secretary, are you comfortable with these reports that Iran can take its own soil samples and deliver them to the IAEA?
I see what you're good. That's something you're really going to have to, I'm going to have to ask you to direct to the State Department rather than here.
When you went to Capitol Hill, you assured lawmakers that the U.S. military would check Iran aggression in the region. And my question, sir, is how are you going to do that this fall when you remove an aircraft carrier from the Persian Gulf?
Well, we continue to have a very strong presence in the Gulf. We continue to have aircraft carriers, which can arrive very quickly. And so our ability to posture forces, surge forces, respond to aggression in the Gulf is very strong. And it will continue to be so. And that's just one of the things we do. both to deter Iranian aggression, to counter Iranian malign influence, to preserve, as the president has instructed us to do, the military option with respect to Iran's nuclear program, and very importantly, to support our friends and allies in the region, especially Israel. So all of that, we're full speed ahead on doing. Whatever happens with respect to the agreement, our responsibilities and our tasks remain unchanged. All of those things we will do.
Can you confirm that you are pulling an aircraft
I'm
carrier
not going
from
to
the
talk
Gulf?
about future operations. I am telling you, though, that you should measure the weight of our presence by the entirety of the weight of our presence and the weight of our deterrent by our overall posture. And that's incredibly strong in that part of the world. It is not going to be reduced in the years to come. We have very strong interests, very strong commitments there. We're going to keep them up.
Is a French aircraft carrier going to take the place?
Louis, I need to move on to somebody else. Louis.
Sir, we talked about the train and equip program, but there were characterizations that the initial group that went in, 54, the characterization that that group was a total failure in both the conceptualization of bringing them in too soon, that they were too exposed. What actually happened to that group of individuals? What lessons have you learned from them, and where are you going to go with it in terms of air cover in the future for them?
Well, let's start with the numbers. Let's just go back for what you said. The numbers was a smaller number than we had set out with the training, but by the time the training was completed, it was down to 54. I've made that point before. Then you said what happened to them. That's actually complicated. I'm going to let people go through that with you after this, if you don't, because there were 54 of them, and so various things transpired. But the point I think you're getting at is, and the point I was making earlier is, we need Syrian train and equip forces that coalesce into a coherent fighting force, or can associate themselves with other coherent fighting forces that we can then support and that can retake and hold territory in Syria. That's what we're trying to build towards. Obviously, those 54 did not represent the end state of that effort. So we have a few thousand more that we're in the process of going through the vetting and other procedures that we need to in order to get them, and we're considering where else and in what other ways we could do this so that it could be more effective.
Does that include maybe reaching out even further with the Syrian Kurds? Are you getting any
Sure.
pushback from the Turks?
Yes, it does, and the Kurds have been very. The Kurds in both Syria and Iraq have been exactly what we've been talking about earlier, namely a capable and motivated ground force at taking and holding territory. There's a limit to the natural extent of Kurdish forces in terms of what they wish to do and where they would be welcome. But they've been extremely effective there. And so that's another prong in this effort to build, train, and then enable capable ground forces, because that's the key to the ultimate and lasting defeat of ISIL. Tara?
Thank you, sir. Well, the two women who are making history earning their Ranger tab, they're not going to be allowed to move on to serve in a Ranger regiment. And my question is, why not? Haven't they earned their place? Haven't they earned a chance, that shot?
Well, that gets back to what I said earlier in the hour, which is the Rangers are still on that list of positions that is at this moment closed to women. And what I will receive on October 1st is from the services that continue to have positions that are not available or open to women, a justification for any, if there are any, exceptions that will remain in place after that point. And there will be successive classes of rangers. I presume that they will include successive classes of females. And if some of them in the future wish to become rangers, then this process that will come to conclusion in just a few months is going to be very, very important. But these people, by the way, talking to them, these are pretty capable people. I'm pretty envious of the. It's lots of things. It's physical. It's leadership. It's a lot. And of course, the standards weren't changed in any way. And with this particular training cycle, it's a pretty impressive achievement. Gordon.
Secretary, there are reports out of Pakistan that indicate that the U.S. military may have to cut funding for Pakistan's military because they've not been effective going against the Haqqani network.
I'm sorry, could you start that over? I didn't hear the very beginning part of that, Gordon.
There are reports out of Pakistan, I think today, that indicate that the U.S. military may have to cut funding for the Pakistani military because they have not been effective against the Haqqani network. It's my understanding that you are supposed to certify, according to law, whether they've been effective or not, and there's been an assessment made that they have not been effective. So I'm wondering if you could speak to that.
That hasn't come to me yet, quite honestly. I've seen those reports, Gordon, so let me get back to you when when we've had a chance actually to consider that. Want to ask another question accordingly? Sure.
Something you said at the top. On Gitmo, you said of the 52 who are generally considered to be eligible for potential transfer, you said could be eligible. And I thought that's what I heard you say, and I just wondered if they're, depending on it, kind of had a change in position on
No,
those
there's no
people.
change of position. I think there's some who've been deemed eligible, and then there's an ongoing process of periodic review. But you're right, there are some who have been deemed eligible. There have been others who have not been deemed eligible, and it's that population that we need to find a place to detain. And if it's not Gitmo, then it's got to be somewhere else. And so we need to get on with the task of finding that somewhere else if we're really going to get this task of closing Gitmo accomplished. It's not.
A number that the Pentagon deems now eligible? Like, is there a number of the 52?
Yeah, there is a number that we've made public, and I'm sorry, I'll get it for you, Gordon. I just don't remember it because it changes because, as I indicated, we do transfer people, and so it goes down over time. And meanwhile, the periodic review board is constantly considering some people, but it's about the number that you've described, in neighborhood of 50. Let me see, Phil.
Mr. Secretary, I want to ask you about another one of your priorities, please, that hasn't come up so far, which is the rebalance to the Pacific, and specifically the discussion inside the government about the way the U.S. should respond militarily to Chinese artificial islands in the South China Sea. What do you believe the Navy should do in terms of sailing ships or flying aircraft close to those islands as a way for the United States to communicate to the Chinese in ways other than you've already done, that it considers them unacceptable? You were out in the region earlier this year. You talked about it in your speeches. Should the Navy do more physically there to respond?
Yeah, I made 3 points when I was out there, and I've reiterated them to Chinese leaders subsequently. The first one, to get to the first part of your question, is that the United States will continue to fly, sail, and operate wherever international law permits, as we've always reserved the right to do, and we will continue to do that. And none of this is going to change our conduct in any way. Second thing is that we are very actively pursuing not only what I just described, which is our unilateral activities, but our multilateral activities with other countries in the South China Sea and others in the Asia-Pacific area, for the very reason that they are very concerned about this Chinese behavior, which is having not only concerning to us, but is also having the effect of strengthening our alliances and increasing the number and strength of our partnerships, and that will continue as well. And the last thing is that we have called for all countries, not just China, because there are others, but China is by far and away the one that has done the most, especially in the last year, to stop dredging, stop any further militarization, not just stop temporarily, but stop permanently that. And so that's our view. It's a very serious situation the Chinese have created there, and that's our reaction to it. Tony?
I want to pull together a couple of your thoughts that you laid out today for a budget question. You said Congress needs to pass a responsible budget. You talked about the U.S. has many different ways to contain Iran. I want to pull those two together. Are you going to are you going to recommend vetoing the defense policy bill? And is it a little more complicated now that Congress is reviewing the Iran agreement? That you might be speaking out of both sides of your mouths, the U.S. government. If you recommend a veto of the NDA, the president vetoes the NDA, yet he's trying to get Congress to approve an Iran agreement and show,
I don't think the situation with respect to the NDAA in terms of the issues that it poses for the department, and some of the reasons why we object to it, is changed one way or another by the Iran agreement, Tony. And just to remind you, there are several things in the NDAA that we think are not in the interests of the department, and we would therefore like to see out. One of them, but a very important one, is the provisions regarding the budget. And there I've been very clear, and I'm just going to say it again, which is this place needs to get back on a multi-year budgeting plan. This will be, if there is a continuing resolution at the end of September, the 7th consecutive year in which there's been a continuing resolution. And just to remind you all what that would be like, that would have essentially the effect, both in dollars and authorities, of sequester. And this is no way to run a department. Strategy, a number of you asked a strategic question. Strategy isn't a one year at a time thing. Aircraft carriers are not something you build in a year. Our troops, our force, they deserve to know where things are going. And somebody was just asking about the East Asia Pacific area. People around the world might get a misleadingly diminished view of the United States by seeing this budget drama play out a year in and year out. So for all these reasons, we really need to get off of this herky-jerky, 1 year at a time budget approach. So we have indicated, and there's nothing new here, Tony, I'm just reiterating what you know, that these provisions of the NDAA need to be changed in the interests of the department, and the president's advisor, including myself, have indicated that he should veto the bill if they're not. None of that has changed. We need to have a serious budget here in the United States. I realize that that's a matter, I'm going on a little bit here, but I feel pretty passionately about this. This is not something I can fix. It's something that we and our force, but I really feel strongly about it, are subject to, and it's something that people need to come together, both parties and Congress and the White House. Everybody needs to come together behind. I'm still behind an overall approach to the budget that's not just the defense budget, but the federal budget. In fact, it's not just the federal discretionary budget, it's the whole budgetary picture. We know that all those parts are necessary in order to solve this, and I continue to be hopeful that everyone can come together behind such an approach, and a veto won't be necessary, a CR won't be necessary, Sequester won't be necessary. These things are no good for the country. We go to David.
Thanks. There's evidently evidence out there that a large number of military service members have used their internet service emails to access an adultery-related website. Are you aware of that? Is it an issue? Is the department looking into it? What impact does it have?
I'm aware, and of course it's an issue because conduct is very important, and we expect good conduct on the part of our people. And to the last part, yes, the services are looking into it, and as well they should be, absolutely. I'll take one more here.
Secretary, earlier in the week it was reported that the Pentagon is going to increase its number of drone orbits around the world, and as part of that, contractors would be operating a certain number of them, kind of an escalation in their participation. What type of oversight will the Pentagon have on these contractors, and do you foresee a time when contractors would be able to operate armed drones?
Just to go backwards in that, actually, no, let me go forward because it's sort of complicated story. We are going to increase effectively the number of intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance caps, so-called, from 60 to about 90, and the difference will be made up by some additions to that fleet by the Army, the so-called Gray Eagle aircraft, those that are at the divisional echelon being made available for global employment. Some government-owned but contractor-operated, the ones you're talking about, fleet, which will be not armed. We don't envision a time when they will be armed or need to be armed. Will they be supervised? Of course they will, like everything else that is done on our behalf by contractors. Additionally, there are some that are operated by the Special Operations Forces that are going to be brought to bear, and then we're going to manage the whole fleet in a more integrated manner. So just to give you an example of how you get effectively more caps out of efficient management. If the weather's bad in one place where one cap was assigned and the weather's good somewhere else, that cap can be reassigned to where the weather is good today, since it's not going to be effective over there anyway. That kind of thing, which you might have thought we'd be doing anyway, we're not doing as systematically as we should. So global force management of that kind we're also doing. So in all these ways we're trying to get and will obtain much better ISR coverage than we have now. And that's necessary because the demand is very large for lots of missions, from humanitarian right up to counterterrorism and, in all parts of the globe. So with that, let me thank you. Let me take one. No, we'll do one more. I'm sorry, Tom. Tom, did you have one? And then
General Dunford.
Am I okay taking one more?
You're right. General Dunford, Milley, and Breedlove have said recently that Russia is the #1 threat to the United States, not ISIL. Do you agree with that assessment? And if so, why? And if that is the case, are we doing enough to deal with that threat?
Well, it is a very, very significant threat. And it is, and I think a point that they've made, but I would certainly make it, Russia poses a existential threat to the United States by virtue simply of the size of the nuclear arsenal that it's had. Now, that's not new. What's new, and I think also that they were pointing to, and where I agree with them, is that for a quarter century or so, since the end of the Cold War, we have not regarded Russia as an antagonist. Vladimir Putin's Russia behaves in many respects as in some respects, and in very important respects, as an antagonist. That is new. That is something, therefore, that we need to adjust to and counter. And we're doing that in an approach that I've called strong and balanced. And let me take the strong part first. The strong part means we are adjusting our capabilities, qualitative and in terms of their deployments, to take account of this behavior of Russia. We are also working with NATO in new ways, a new playbook, so to speak, for NATO, which has been preoccupied with Afghanistan for the last decade or so, more oriented towards deterrence on its eastern border, and with hardening countries on the borders of Russia, NATO members and non-NATO members, to the kind of hybrid warfare influence or little green man kind of influence that we see associated with Russia in Ukraine. So that's the strong part. In the balanced part is we continue to work with Russia because you can't paint all their behavior with one brush. There are places where they are working with us. In counterterrorism, in many important respects, in some respects with respect to North Korea, in some respects with respect to Iran, and elsewhere. So where Russia sees its interests as aligned with ours, we can work with them, and we'll continue to do that. And then we'll continue to hold open the door so that if either under Vladimir Putin or some successor of his in the future, there's a leadership that wants to take Russia in the direction that I believe is best for Russia, which is not one of confrontation with the rest of the world and self-isolation, which is the path they're on now, but better economic and political integration with the rest of the world in a way that still keeps the wonderful history and culture and so forth and greatness of Russia intact, that leadership can do so. So that's our strategy with respect to Russia. And, it's not something, Tom, and I think this is what they were reflecting in their testimony, that for a quarter century we thought we'd have to do. But it is, and so we are, and so they're absolutely right. That's an adjustment that we need to make. And with that, I should stop. I got to do some other things, but let me, for those of you who haven't gotten away yet in August, I hope you do. For those who have, I hope you're rested, and thank you all for what you do every day. Appreciate it.
we can get all the reporters up front in their assigned seats, and if you're overflow, if you want to pull a seat around to the sides or to one row back, that's fine too. If we can ask military personnel to stay on the back half of the room, we would be grateful. We're glad that everyone is here, both reporters and military personnel. Everyone's got an assigned role, and it's going to be a great event. At 2 o'clock, the CG will come in with his colleagues, and you'll ask them questions there. And at 3 o'clock, we'll get the 8 Rangers that we've been promising you all day long. It's going to be great. Lieutenant Colonel Garrett will moderate. He'll call on reporters. We ask that you say your name and your agency. There'll be a chance for follow-up. And again, we're all glad you're here. I'm George Wright from Army Public Affairs. I know a lot of folks here. And I want to say thank you for your interest in this operation. And for those of you who have followed along for several months, I salute you, and again, my thanks. There we are. We'll do this now. Another note, if there's a specific person to whom you want to address a question, please indicate that so our control guys can turn on that mic. That would be helpful. How's that sound? Good to go? All right. Thanks again, everybody. Hey folks, one last reminder, I'll turn my phone off and ask you to do the same, either off or on vibrate. Thanks.
Hey folks, good afternoon. I'm Bob Perduman. I'm the Public Affairs Officer here. Thanks for coming today. Just a little overview of what we're going to do today. In a couple of minutes, we're going to bring out the Commanding General, General Miller, and his command team. They're going to be here for about an hour scheduled. They'll be able to provide a command overview of Ranger School and what has happened here in the last few months. Following that, we'll transition and we'll bring out the 8 Ranger students, 6 males and 2 females, and that'll last about, they're on schedule for about an hour. Questions will be asked. Lieutenant Colonel Garrett from Dorp Army Public Affairs will be moderating, so I'll turn it over to him.
most of you know, I met most of you. Great opportunity. Really appreciate everyone taking the time to be down here. Our panel will come in just a second. We'll have Major General Miller, the Commanding General of the U.S. Army Maneuver Center of Excellence, his Sergeant Major, Command Sergeant Major Timothy Matheny. They'll all introduce themselves as well. The Deputy Commandant of the United States Army Infantry School, Colonel William Butler, Command Sergeant and his Command Sergeant Major Ingram. He's Command Sergeant Major of the United States Army Infantry School. And of course, folks who met earlier today, Colonel David Fivecoat, the Commander of the Airborne Ranger Training Brigade, and his Sergeant Major Arnold. It'll last about an hour. We'll go in an organized manner with one question and one follow-up. So without further ado, bring the panel in. Yep, are they coming in? Good afternoon, sir. If you'd like to introduce yourself.
Ben, do we have to turn these on, or they?
I think we're ready to go.
Okay, as long as we're hot here, we don't have any problems here.
Make sure our camera folks.
First of all, we recognize we're standing in between you and an opportunity to talk to, some pretty phenomenal Ranger students here. But I think it is important that you get a chance to talk to the leadership across Fort Benning. One, from a context standpoint, and I think you'll probably find the next hour after we get done here is a pretty stimulating hour, because they're pretty impressive, young soldiers there, and good soldiers at that. But just kind of running down it, you all know already. You know Kurt Arnold, who's to the far right. He's the Command Sergeant Major out at the ARTB, and I believe most of you were out there with him earlier today. You have Dave Fivecoat, who again you were out there with him. To my far left, you got Command Sergeant Major Will Ingram, who's the Command Sergeant Major for the Infantry School. And to his left, you have Bill Butler. For those of you that know, Jim Rainey was the Infantry Commandant. Bill has been his assistant, working this problem real hard since the beginning. And Bill has been stepping in here as the acting while we're waiting for General Rainey's replacement to get in here in September timeframe. And to my left is Command Sergeant Major Tim Matheny, who is my Command Sergeant Major of the Maneuver Center of Excellence. Some of you had met previously Tim Gooden. He has since PCS'd, and we brought Tim Matheny up from the NCO Academy to be the Command Sergeant Major for the Maneuver Center of Excellence. For those I have not met, I'm Scott Miller. I'm the Commanding General here at the Maneuver Center of Excellence. Been here about 1 year now, a little over a year. So it kind of puts that in perspective as when we took this mission on. Would you like me to keep talking, Ben, or do you want to put anything out here?
Sir, it's your floor, and we
Okay.
can go questions and answers in just a few minutes.
Okay, so just real, up front, where I am is I'm in a big congratulations to 96 Ranger students. Throughout, Command Sergeant Major Matheny and I had a couple opportunities to, see them in training, and they're, again, the larger group, but, certainly this 96 that survived the gauntlet there. Again, a great group, and we'll get the opportunity tomorrow to see all of them out at Victory Pond. I know most of you will be out there. Just very quickly, we got this mission. There were some rumors that this might happen, but as I was coming into the Maneuver Center of Excellence in a brief meeting with the Chief of Staff of the Army, back in June of 2014, I just returned from overseas, and he said, hey, congratulations, you're going down to the Maneuver Center of Excellence. I'm really thinking hard about let's pressing forward, assume we get Secretary permission with running a pilot for women in Ranger School, or a gender-integrated Ranger course. And I said, hey, roger that, sir. We're ready to go down there. And, of course, when I came back down to Fort Benning and said, hey, are we ready to go? And found out the team was, in fact, very much ready to go here. But the point is, we've been planning this for a long time. And so what you're seeing is not just a course that started in April or a course that started in June and ends tomorrow. It's been going on since last summer. And I've talked to many of you before, and up front, just wanted to say, what we've been very consistent on is we said there will be no change to the standards. no change to the standards. And there weren't. We also said that we would be here at Fort Benning with, the bulk of it placed on the Airborne Ranger Training Brigade, led by Colonel Fivecoat and Kurt Arnold, is we are going to be professional and objective as we work our way through this process. And that's important, professional and objective, which is nothing it's exactly what you would expect from a Ranger qualified instructor or anybody else in the Army, but that was our approach throughout there. I also want to say something else, because there have been a lot of, I get phone calls asking me about the amount of pressure that I had placed on me during this course. Ladies and gentlemen, I didn't have any top pressure down, okay? It was very clear to me that from the Army leadership that they supported no change to the standards. Colonel Fivecoat and I went up and briefed the Army leadership in January after we'd been looking at the problem, just prior to starting our first Ranger Training and Assessment course, which is the pre-Ranger course, and made the comment, said, to the chief and to the secretary, said, it is possible that you will have 0 women graduates. And no one batted an eye. They said, okay, we understand that. We understand it's it's a rigorous course. There's a high attrition rate over the years with just our male students. And they said, we trust you, go down and execute it. So 0 pressure from above. So I wanted to get that out there because that seems to be a trending topic across the internet right now. Lastly, I do want to acknowledge here before we go over to question and answers I want to acknowledge Dave Fivecoat and Kurt Arnold. And I want to acknowledge their battalion command teams. And then as importantly, I want to acknowledge the Ranger instructor. Professionally and objectively executed is what we said we would do, and it's exactly what they did. We said we were going to not change standards, and we did not change standards. And so with that, what I'd like to do is go out to you for any questions and answers, but the last piece is real important. A big thanks to them and very much their leadership, very much responsible for what I would say is a pretty successful outcome.
Sir, thank you for your comments. Well, like I said, we're going to have one question, one follow-up. David, have first question, please.
General Miller, Dave Martin, CBS. In your own words, what is the significance of these 2 women? The 2 women settle the debate over women in ground infantry units. I think when we look at these 2 women in particular, and actually I go back and I'd say 20 qualified through the Ranger Training and Assessment course. And one decided not to attend, so we brought 19 into the actual course. And from that 19, we're now at a place where we have 2 women that have successfully completed all requirements to be deemed qualified as a Ranger, and we have 1 additional female who is still working her way through the mountains, and she was recycled from this group. The significance of it is, first of all, it's 2 people, 3 people, 19 people that have stepped into the unknown. And we have, obviously been a course that's been open to males, U.S. Army, other services, our international partners. But I think what you see here is you see women that have stepped forward and raised their hand and said, I'm willing to take a step in the unknown, and I've heard so much about this course over the years, I want to give it a shot. So I think that's the significance right now.
And what conclusions can you draw from?
Well, I think, first of all, I think you've got 2 solid soldiers out there. How about that? For one conclusion, that are physically and mentally pretty capable, or not pretty capable, very capable. So I draw that conclusion. And then the next one I'd say is people, as we're having this debate or discussion on what next, I think one, we give the Army leadership some time to understand and take a look as we're looking at it across all the branches, understand the different studies that are out there. But I think from 2 women, you say, okay, it can be done. There's people that probably thought it could not be done, so we know it can be done. That takes some of that, that unknown out of the equation. And then I think you watch it and you look at it from the standpoint of what's propensity. What's the propensity? What's our next step? And I think you're all aware that we're going to run another pilot in November. And with that, we'll see what kind of volunteers we have come forward that would like to give this a shot.
Okay, thanks. AP, Russ Bynum, please. Okay. Okay, Russ. Jim, NBC.
General, I'd like to follow up on David's question because there's been a lot of speculation and a lot of actual history of women serving in combat roles already, not intentionally, silver stones. I mean, do you feel that ultimately it's inevitable that women will in fact join the ground combat forces?
Well, we've seen them in places that look a lot like ground combat already over the past 14, 15 years. But at the same time, what I'd like to do is, recognize that the senior Army leadership with the, with the other services are working their way through this question right now, and just give them a little bit of time to continue to work it. We'll contribute to the discussion and conversation. Certainly this becomes a point of interest, but I think we just let them have some more time to make that decision.
Jim Michaels, USA Today.
Sir, do you have a sense yet, I realize there's no exact quantifiable numbers, but how much more interest is out there among women, coming into Ranger School, based on, the fact that two are graduating tomorrow? Do you have a sense on what impact this might have in terms of instilling interest Army-wide?
Jim, I think there is interest Army-wide. If we look at our numbers, and Dave, correct me if I have the number, I think we saw 108 that reported to RTAC. Okay, so we know there's 108 women that were at least interested enough to come to RTAC the first time around. I've heard, it's anecdotally that other people are interested in giving this a shot, other women, but I've also heard men that are always interested in giving it a shot. And I think you count the number when they put their paperwork in, and they show up either for their pre-Ranger course, and then most specifically when they show up for the actual Ranger course. So I don't know that number yet. I think we'll see a little bit, we'll get a little bit more clarity as the word filters out that we are going to run another course in November. And I think that's when we'll start having an understanding of the propensity to volunteer for this.
And is there also, do you think, beyond Ranger School, interest in the infantry, special operations? Do you have a sense for, the level of interest among women in those ground combat fields?
I know there's an interest. I don't know the level of interest, though, at this point. And I think that's what we're in the, as you move forward, I think as we continue to move forward, we'll learn as we go.
Great. Jonathan, Fox News.
General Jonathan Seri, Fox News Channel. Speaking about these two female soldiers in particular who successfully completed the requirements of the school, what impresses you the most about them personally?
Well, I think if you look at Ranger School across the board, Ranger School is not an individual event if you're going to be successful. Individually, you have to persevere. You have to go through the privation, but it is a team effort. And my suspicion is when you talk to them that that's what you're going to hear from them. And I think what impresses me is, one, obviously they were mentally and physically capable as individuals, but at the same time they were part of a team and able to be very effective as part of that team. And that impresses me.
If I could just follow up, did you notice any change in the dynamics, or was it just another Ranger class?
Let me go over to the ARTB leadership for that.
So, for my instructors, or for our instructors, I shouldn't say mine, for our instructors and for the Ranger student, for the most part, we try to keep it just as any other Ranger class. I mean, there was the obvious of there were some students that looked slightly different than others, but for the most part, yeah, we treated it just the same. It's just Ranger training. We hold them to the same standards, so as long as you don't compromise your standards and you make everyone do the same thing, it's still just Ranger school, And so the accomplishments for these two, I shake their hand and I applaud them, but they met the same standards that their other 94 Ranger buddies met, and so 96 tomorrow, get a Ranger tab, and we're proud of all of them.
Dan, Washington Post, please.
General, thanks for your time today, and thanks for putting this together. There's been a lot of questions and a lot of people questioning the integrity of Ranger School, of RTB, of really everyone at Fort Benning, to include yourself. What are your thoughts on that as far as the concerns that have been raised, and I guess to be put kind of in those shoes despite a lot of years of service on all of your parts?
Yeah, first of all, what I call those conversations that are fact-free. And what you're getting from us is you're getting the facts. The standards did not change. They went through RAP week. The 5 miles is still 5 miles. You still have a time standard associated with that 5 miles. 12 miles is 12 miles. You still have a time standard associated with that distance. The rucksack weights did not change. The Ranger instructors graded them, and they passed their patrols. And these are all the students, and they passed their peers. And so that's, again, we will continue to tell people that this was no change to the standards, and students not only met the standards, they passed their patrols, they passed their peers, and that's why they'll be Ranger graduates tomorrow.
You and General Rainey both walked the course on occasion. I imagine probably all of you did. What did you see, and do you think that at all put pressure on the instructors to handle this differently?
Okay, first off, my command sergeant major and I, which you're referring to, walk patrols as part of our duties as leadership at Fort Benning as the maneuver center of excellence. We never walked a patrol where a female was getting graded. I did not grade any students, nor did Command Sergeant Major Matheny. What we were able to observe is absolute professionalism and renewed confidence in our Ranger instructors, which we said all along. And then watching the students work their way through this was pretty impressive. For those that haven't been back and done a walk in a while, it takes you back in time, and you start remembering what it was like to be a Ranger student, and it's a tough, tough course. So, did that get to it, Dan?
Thank you.
Chuck, Ledger?
General Miller, have you spoken to Lieutenant Haber and Captain Grice, and if so, what did you tell them when you spoke?
Really just a very brief conversation with them, and not just those two, but some of their male classmates as well, and told them congratulations, and we were very proud of them, and look forward to serving with them in the future.
One of the questions on what Dan was talking about, the critics that have been out there. This morning, Colonel Puckett and General Lure both came out very strongly in support of the command staff and the Ranger instructors. What does that mean to the Ranger community to have Colonel Puckett have your back like that?
Colonel Puckett's a legend. I mean, Chuck, you're around him quite a lot. He's a legend, and when he says something, people need to stop and listen because there's a lot backing what he says. A lot of years of great credibility, great service, valorous, as well as continued service afterwards. You know what I'll say about the back and forth on this is what I've observed, and we talked about beforehand, and these individuals to my right had to deal with very explicitly. This was an emotional event. And when you have an emotional event, sometimes it brings out the best in us, sometimes it brings out the worst in us. I tell you that not all of the critics there that are questioning how this was handled doesn't mean they're bad people. They care quite a lot, and when you can give them the facts and explain the facts to them, they tend to take a step back and understand here. So again, I would say that's what we're dealing with here is there's people on both sides of this. And, from our standpoint here at Fort Benning, we went back to be professional, be objective, and these are our soldiers out here, and they're all going to be treated equally.
Anna, Christian Science Monitor.
General, so when we think about how they performed in Ranger School, I guess the next logical question now that we have 2 women graduates is how about Special Forces, Ranger Regiment, or Delta Force? To what extent do you see the Ranger School experience, since you're a Delta guy, and how does that experience prepare them for Special Forces? To what extent is it a barometer of how well they can perform, how capable they can be of being in Special Forces?
Yeah, let me just answer that just a little bit in a little bit different light. Then I'll go over to, again, I think Kurt and Dave ought to talk a little bit about maybe some of the other non-commissioned officers here. Ranger School, again, I talked about it. To be successful in Ranger School, you must be part of the team. A team accomplishes the missions. You can't do this as an individual. But what Ranger School has been described as a premier leadership school. Now, what I'd tell you as an individual, what happens to you as an individual is you're going to find a moment somewhere during this course, maybe a couple moments, where you're not at your absolute best. And you learn a lot about yourself when you're not at your absolute best, and you learn how you are acting in those situations. So you have now been put through the U.S. Army's most difficult course, and you've come out the other end with learning a lot about yourself as well as some great skills, some tactical competencies, but I think it prepares you as you go out to any organization. And I don't want to get into, what will the SOCOM community do as we, again, look towards larger gender integration issues across the services. But I think what you're going to see is these soldiers and other services that are present on the field tomorrow, those from other nations, they're going to go out and have, their units are going to have high expectations of them. And the expectation is that they come back and they're leaders and they make their units better. And I think that's what I'd take away from this one. Comments on that, guys?
Yeah, I would just say, Anna, that Ranger School graduates, you know, as the commander said, it's a tough course. So rarely are any of us put in a situation where we truly are put in a situation so difficult, so tough, where you find out who you really are. We do that to you over and over again in Ranger School through, you know, sleep deprivation, food deprivation, heavy loads. And so you do find out who you are. And so when someone graduates from Ranger School, you know what you get? You get a really tough person who's going to complete the mission no matter what. So does it make them a better soldier and better prepare them for other things? Well, absolutely. You absolutely get the better soldier on the back end. So, yeah, I think that's the way we look at it anyway.
Sure, ABC.
And jumping off from that, we know that earning the Ranger tab does, wonders for your opportunities in terms of career advancement. Can you talk about women leadership in the Army? Do you think this is a major step forward for seeing women in those higher ranking positions? Would you say that, it's like a glass ceiling shattering moment for women in the Army?
You know, actually, I don't think it's from in terms of career progression, because I don't think people come to Ranger School from a career progression standpoint. I think you come to Ranger School because you want to be as good as you possibly can be in your organizations. Without a doubt, wearing a Ranger tab is a matter of pride, and people do that because of that. But I don't see this as if I do Ranger School, it's going to help my career. I think it's more the approach is, if I can make it and complete Ranger School, that will make me a better leader and asset to the organization in which I serve. So I'd take that piece. And then the glass ceiling, I mean, General Dunwoody is a retired 4-star general. I spoke with General Laura Richardson last night. So there are things happening across the Army. So I don't know that I would take this particular event and walk that across to breaking the glass ceiling there.
Jeremy, Atlanta Journal-Constitution.
Sir, you've been through this once now. What changes would you like to see in the next power that you're about to start? And in particular, with the Army retrenching and the military shrinking, how will that impact Ranger School?
I think Ranger School is going to continue, and regardless of whether the Army is making adjustments to its force structure or not, Ranger School still continues. In terms of changes, we look at it, we're military professionals, and we learn all the time. And, Colonel Fivecoat and I have had some conversations about some things we might do different, or some assumptions we made early on. They're not so earth-shattering that I think they're going to change. I look at them more as a sequel than an actual deviation as we go forward. I think we can look at our numbers of observer advisors and maybe make some adjustments there. Some of the assumptions we had about the numbers that we must have to start a course. We thought that we had to have a critical mass to start a course. And as you know, the 3 females who are, 2 of which are graduating tomorrow, they start a separate course as, just 3 of them. So I think there's those kind of lessons learned, but I'd call them more sequels and maybe make us better prepared. But Dave, any comments there on lessons learned?
No, sir, you hit all the sort of same things that we talked about this morning. A smaller number of observer advisors. We think Ranger School will continue to be valued by the force. We will continue to see 4,000 or so students that walk through the front gate and attempt to earn the Ranger tab. Like we talked about this morning, we'd really like to continue to try to increase the graduation rate so we can produce more Rangers for the Army as the Army moves forward.
One of the things, when you talk about things we've learned is we're looking at how do you increase the graduation rate? We've already said standards, aren't going to change, don't need to be changed. And then you start looking at some, what can you do on the front end of preparation before they ever come to Ranger School? So there could be some potential adjustments there based on the lessons we learned. And I think we still have some, we'll talk to the students who graduate tomorrow. 96 of them, and get their thoughts on some things they might have done differently, much like the ARTB will do after every class, and pass that on to the next group of hopeful Rangers. Any comments here? Sorry, Major.
Sir, for a couple of your questions, you asked what came out of this. And I'm going to tell you, you got 96 folks that have learned a lot about themselves. that are prepared to move forward, take platoons, infantry, armor, or other, that are very, very self-confident because they realize they can overcome the food, they can overcome the sleep, they can work as a member of a team, and they can do it under adverse conditions, not only as a member of a team, but in charge of a team. These missions were tough that they were doing. We went out and walked in the mountains, and I think I burned 5,200 calories in the 24 hours that we were out there. And so these soldiers that are probably getting a maximum intake of right around 4,000 to 6,000 calories a day, they're still pushing. The really neat thing for us getting to see this whole process, and for me, first time since I graduated in 1998, getting back out there and walking these lanes, was the maturation process from Camp Darby up to the mountains. Where in Darby it was a bunch of individuals. It was a bunch of soldiers that were moving, and they weren't moving as a collective. It was just, oh, how do I get through this? Well, as they got up to the mountain face, now the teamwork kicked in. They realized it's more than just about me. And so the actions on contact were better. The movement was better. It was quiet and stealthy, to where we actually watched the Santa Rosa mission out in Florida, paddled across the Sound, took down an objective where you saw Rangers of their own accord, low crawling 150, 200 meters, using dunes for cover and concealment, and absolutely without a word being spoken, hand and arm signals, took down a pretty complex objective, and then moved back out, got onto boats, and crossed back across the Sound. So seeing them learn and grow as a team. Oh, by the way, we now have lifelong friendships and relationships because I've just spent the last 60-plus days with this group of individuals, and I know that I can count on that person, male or female, to my left or right, that now I know I can call somebody and they're going to have my back regardless. I mean, that's quite a powerful thing in building teamwork in our Army.
Sir, can I redirect on one? Please. Sergeant Major Matheny mentioned the amount of calories that the students eat. The students get 2 MREs a day, which is 2,400 calories a day. Not 4,000. I don't want that rumor out. I don't want that rumor out there that they were actually fed 4,000 calories a day.
I'm sorry. That's
That would
probably
be
what I
nice.
eat, sir.
Okay. Laurent, AFP. Okay. Corey, Storm Stripes. Richard, New York Times.
General, thanks, Colonel. We had the Navy leadership come out a couple days ago and talk about, if women can make it through plugs, they should be able to be SEALs. Ash Carter today just reiterated that, all ground combat should be open to women unless there's a really rigorous, compelling analysis that can be made about, certain jobs that shouldn't be. You've had as much experience in special operations as I imagine anybody alive today between Delta and Rangers. I mean, in your personal opinion, is there any reason that a Ranger qualified woman who can pass the Ranger Regiment tryout or pass the Delta selection should not be allowed to serve in those jobs?
I think, Richard, great question, Richard. I think what we need to look at, again, I think just give it time. Let's give it time and let's do the assessments. Right now, I don't think it'd be helpful for General Votel to have my personal opinion, as he's formulating his decision and looking at all of that, of what is appropriate. So I'd say I'd really like to not answer that directly, other than to say I think SOCOM's looking at all of those, particularly in the special operations community.
Laurent.
I wanted to know, can we infer from the fact that these women have qualified from the Ranger course that they will do as well in combat? I mean, if women can qualify from the Ranger course and such elite military formation, does it necessarily mean that all the problems in combat that there will be no differences in combat? Is the question of combat really to be under enemy fire and solved by formation here that are not under fire?
Ranger School is a school. It's a school where we try to induce as much hardship and stress, and we do that through lack of sleep. We do it through lack of food. We do it through rigorous movements. But it's not combat. Now, some people will tell you it's the greatest insurance policy, prior to going to a combat operation. Go ahead and get people through Ranger School, and then that will help them out there. So I don't know that I could do a direct correlation, But certainly, this is, again, a great leadership school that tests you to your limits. And, certainly, if they are going to combat, I see no reason why we wouldn't want them to be as trained as possible.
Jay Price, NPR.
Yeah, I don't have anything this morning.
Okay. Matthew Cox?
Thank you, sir. I'd like to follow on Richard's question a little bit. This has created a lot of excitement and a lot of pressure for other services, including Special Operations Command. How are you interacting with other services on their programs? Are they coming to you for, since you have a lot of lessons learned? Can you talk about that?
We're all talking to each other. Again, as you talk about, where I'm officially providing, informing, certainly through my headquarters, TRADOC, General Perkins' headquarters, who interface with Department of Army. But we're all talking to each other. We're all trying to understand what we're seeing and what we're learning. Don't want to draw false conclusions. And so there is interaction. Dave and a team were went over to Camp Lejeune about a week and a half ago to talk to to MARSOC specifically, but other parts of Special Operations Command to pass on some of the lessons he's seen. So absolutely, we're all talking.
Thank you. Janine? You gonna pass for now? Chuck, you have follow-up? Oh, excuse me.
Sorry.
Yeah, Jay, go ahead.
This doesn't have to be you, General, but you can weigh in. The female observers you guys brought in, what, in the end, now that you've gone through not just one iteration, but a pretty lengthy set of phases here, what have you found that they brought to the table, maybe even that you didn't expect? And sounds like you're thinking, okay, we're gonna pare them down, but clearly you're still keeping them. What did they do for you?
Hey, Jay, the big thing that the observer advisors helped us with was really changing the culture of the organization. It was a 99% all-male Ranger Training Brigade, which was the RTB side of it, the 3 Ranger Training Battalions in the brigade headquarters. And you brought in 31 high-performing women from across the Army that worked down at the company and battalion and brigade level across the force. And some of the young staff sergeants who had grown up in an infantry unit and perhaps never worked with women in the military, now we're working on a daily basis with high quality women. And so it helped change the organization before the women students got to the different phases. And that really was the biggest thing that we got out of having the observer advisors here in the ARTB. Anything else you want to add?
I was just going to say something along the same lines. I mean, the reality is that these were not grading cadre, and they were never intended to be a grading cadre because they haven't gone to the Ranger course. But what they did do was they provided a different set of eyes and a different outlook on how to train female soldiers. Most of them are infantry soldiers. They've never trained a female soldier before. And so it provided us the opportunity to have senior non-commissioned officers and officers who've been in the Army for a while and have an enormous amount of experience doing other things to say, hey, have you thought about doing it this way? Or if nothing else, it gave the female soldier some amount of comfort, so to speak, not seeing all male guys there for the first time. But overall, they've done great stuff for us. I mean, it really has done, if nothing else, it's changed the culture. It's softened the blow a little bit, so to speak, with seeing females inside the Ranger Training Brigade, and they've done great stuff for us.
Yeah, real happy with the observer advisors that have worked with us.
Chuck.
This is for General Miller and Colonel Flacco. The common denominator with the 2 women that will graduate tomorrow and the 3rd who's still in the mountain phase is they're all West Point graduates. What could be read into that?
I'm not drawing any conclusions from that right now. I'm a West Pointer myself, so I'm just I'm observing it as just 2 high-performing soldiers that were able to meet all the requirements there. The only thing I can say is they've gone through some process, over the years by graduating from the academy, but I couldn't draw a large conclusion from that.
Are you surprised that 2 graduates are West Point grads?
No, I'm not surprised. But again, it's if you looked at the whole population, we had a mixed demographic. Although I think the West Point class may have been, or West Point graduates may have been a larger part of it. But so no, I'm not drawing any conclusions at this point, Chuck. But thank you, Dave.
Janine, oh, I'm sorry.
Did you have any conclusions you wanted to draw?
I'm not drawing any conclusions either. I'm also a West Point grad, so I'm sure West Point, I'm sure West Point is happy.
West Point will draw some
with-
conclusions, okay?
West Point's
Fort-
happy with
Fort
that.
Benning won't. All right.
Janine?
General Miller, you know, the U.S. military is a standard, we talk a lot about the standards, but it's a standard for around the world. You walk the MCO, you see forces from around the nation, around the world. When we look at now, we've had 2 women who are going to graduate. I know you said that you wouldn't look at this one event as something that's breaking the glass ceiling, but what would you say to the example that it's setting for everyone else around the world, as far as how tough women can be and the leadership that they can show?
Yeah, the words I've heard is, because I don't want to minimize the event either. I mean, clearly trailblazers, pioneers, and anything new, somebody has to do it first. And once somebody's done it, then it's, you have just a little bit more information about what you're getting ready to do next. So I don't want to minimize that. The breaking the glass comment really meant in terms of career progression. I didn't want to say that I didn't see these women doing this because they had desires to break the upper levels of military leadership, from a career progression standpoint. I think it means you're looking for capable and competent soldiers, and quite frankly, I'm the leadership here at Fort Benning. I want people to meet the standards. As Dave and Kurt bring in a class of Ranger candidates, every few weeks, I want as many of them as possible to meet the standards. So that's what I want to see. And I think we've just shown that, it's not exclusively a male domain here. We've shown that 2 women can make it as well. Any comments?
Yeah, I was just going to jump in on that and say, I think the biggest thing we can take away from this is what we always say. If you train hard enough, if you prepare well enough, you're going to be successful. Right? And that's what I was talking about earlier, So we've seen 2 soldiers that will graduate tomorrow who obviously put some time in. They put the work in to make sure that they were going to be successful through training, physical training, mental training, to make sure they graduate. And, when you think about it, each one of these soldiers, they're soldiers first. You take the gender out of it, they're soldiers, they're leaders. They're leading my kids, your kids, someone's kids. They lead those soldiers into combat every day. And this functional skill set that they gain from Ranger School makes them better leaders. So why wouldn't you want them to have it? So that's kind of the way I look at it. Makes them better. They're better soldiers, and it makes our Army better.
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
Just as a follow-up question, we know you're serious about PT. We see you out there running with the guys, but what would you said that on the front end, getting people in, you want to get those numbers up, people that are going into Ranger School, you want to get those numbers up. What would you tell people who are considering going into Ranger School, be it male, be it female? What would you say to them to get them prepared?
I'm gonna give this over to Colonel Fivecoat here. But when, from a larger standpoint, when you look at preparation, really understanding where do people fall short in the course? Are they falling short? Is it a patrolling issue? Is it a physical capability issue? Is it a land navigation issue? Where is that area that needs the most emphasis? And then making sure that we understand that well enough to front load it, so as the different pre-ranger courses are out there, one, they can make sure people are physically prepared, but also prepared for academics. And academics being, it's a loose term, because academics means putting a heavy ruck on your back and adequately, conducting troop leading procedures and moving a patrol, across a long distance and able to accomplish an assigned mission. So that's the kind of academics where we may be able to, just emphasize a little bit more. But over to you guys for thoughts on that.
Yeah, we continually tell folks, and Sergeant Major Arnold just got back from Hawaii where he visited the pre-ranger course out there to talk to them about how to improve their performance. But the initial piece is getting over the hurdle of RAP week, and the number one thing that folks fail is the push-up. And so our big thing would be do lots of push-ups, make sure you can land nav, and make sure you can do the 12-mile foot march. We have a PT program on our website that's out there for anyone that's got 30, 60, or 90 days to prepare for Ranger School, and we encourage them to use that resource. You guys can go download it later and put yourself on that PT plan.
And I would tell you, Ranger School is not something you just go do. It's something that you have to prepare for, because it's not that you can run 5 miles or ruck 12 miles or do land navigation. can you ruck 12 miles while navigating with a rucksack on your back through arduous terrain when it's raining and you haven't slept and you haven't eaten, and by the way, you're trying to motivate 40 other rangers to follow your lead. And then once you get to your objective, to take down that objective with precision. So that is a challenge within itself.
Dave?
We were shown figures that for the last 2 years, the graduation rate has been about 40%. 2 women out of 19 is considerably less than 40%. What does that tell you?
I tell you, I actually look at the stats, but probably not as much depth as Dave Fivecoat and Kurt Arnold do. I'll tell you, as I looked at the stats, as I went back to my class, and Ranger School is just statistically much harder in terms of, you know, what's going to come through. David, I don't know yet. I think you know, you go back and you take a look at what caused the women to fail. I mean, if you're looking at just a purely male-women comparison there, and it goes back to some of our preparation comments. So if the problem for males over the years has been the push-up and a 12-mile road march, we may find that maybe our women that are coming through here can do the push-up and the 12-mile road march, but they may need some preparation in some other areas, whether it's patrolling, whether it's issuing orders, that type of thing. So I think that's what you go back and you take a look at. You know, you talked about what made it through. I mean, I think everybody knows you had 8 women that made it through RAP week, which is a pretty substantial pass rate going through RAP week when you just looked at it. Now, where they failed was with academics. And so, you know, do you look at that and you understand that I might need a little bit more preparation from that standpoint as you go forward there. So I'm not pulling a final on this one. Like I said, I think we're going to learn as we go. November is a little bit different temperature out on the course. So I think we learn a few more things as well. And we'll keep making sure we're front-loading the preparation as much as possible.
Let's go to Dan.
Thank you. Another common element between your 2 graduates, I noticed that not only did they go through RTAC like many of the others, they also went through some level of pre-ranger back with their units. I assume that's probably not uniform across the board. Is there anything you can take away from that, especially when you're talking about, you know, what kind of preparation really for men and women ahead of Ranger School? Like, is there things that could be changed or should be changed?
A lot of the divisional units have pre-ranger courses, and the pre-ranger courses actually come out of their existing structure. So it's not that they have additional manpower or additional structure to provide a cadre for pre-ranger. I think where there was a pre-ranger course available at the different posts, that a lot of them went through that pre-ranger course before they came to RTEC, but I'm not sure if you have the exact specifics on that or not.
No, I know one came through RTAC in January and the other one came through the February course. And so we talked to them a little bit about their experience at RTAC and what they thought about that. And they gave us some ideas on working as we go ahead with pre-ranger.
In terms of changing RTAC?
No, just, you know, hey, was the physical piece okay? You know, one said, hey, she came in at the highest physical fitness level and she thought it was about right. And she changed some of our theories on what we sort of thought. And so she had some good feedback for us that we'll use.
But if you look at it from purely a pre-ranger course, RTAC is one of the best you're going to find out there. The Ranger Training and Assessment course. It's got a great relationship with 4th RTB, which is obviously helpful. You're on the same terrain. You're in, again, you know, the temperatures that you're dealing with. There's an ability there, the opportunity to become acclimated to Fort Benning. It's a great pre-ranger program. And you know, first time around, we said you have to come to it. That was, you know, our guidance to the force. If you were coming through as a woman candidate, this time we highly encourage you to attend.
Got time for one more. Jim Michaels, USA Today.
General, you mentioned it was a long planning process. Can you tell us a little bit about what some of your early concerns were, your major concerns going into this process, and how those your outlook evolved or changed over time, if in fact it did?
I don't know that I call them concerns. I think there's things that we were watching along the way. I've talked a little bit about propensity because due to the way the course was set up, as we talked propensity, we really didn't know what would show up for a course in April. We put out that there was going to be a course opened the opportunity to run 4 RTACs, Ranger Training Assessment courses, here at Fort Benning, we thought would give us an understanding of the numbers. But even those numbers, Bill Butler was working those pretty hard. We'd think we had 40 coming for a course and 20 would show up. And then we didn't know what was going to, what were the numbers that were going to be successful. So we had to work through that and try to anticipate, because obviously numbers have a downstream effect there in terms of, filling the course, filling platoons, filling companies, and the rest there. So that was a concern, but not one that we thought was going to stop us from a mission standpoint. I think culturally we needed to make sure we were okay, and the cultural piece is, again, a lot of skepticism that we were going to change standards. And not that we were going to, but that's just same thing you're seeing today out there, Dan, that you talked about. It was out there before, as soon as it was announced that we were going to open up Ranger School. Okay, if you're opening up, then you're going to change standards. You had to work your way through that iteratively across the different camps, and these guys did a great job and explained to the Ranger instructors, we're not changing standards. We're going to grade them. We're going to grade them. We're going to make them pass the same events that we've always had to pass, and at the same time, we're going to grade them as we'd grade any other Ranger student. So, you have those that are out there. So I guess those were 2 variables as we worked our way through it. But I'll be honest, I was pretty confident these guys were going to do very, very well. And when you look at your non-commissioned officers that are out there, you throw them a really hard problem, and they'll make that hard problem look pretty easy. And they'll probably tell you they felt a little bit of pressure and scrutiny, but they did this thing exactly as we expected. We talk about excellence here at Fort Benning. They did it with a lot of excellence and pretty close to perfection. Over to you guys for any thoughts.
I think the numbers was a concern. Initially, for the first January class at RTAC, there wasn't as many that showed up as we thought we would. We thought we'd have 4 classes of 40, and it didn't end up exactly that way. We ended up with 108 that came through. That was really one of the big ones. And then, like we talked in November, I told you I thought some of you would make it through, could meet all the standards of Ranger School back in November. And, Rangers Grice and Haver proved that here tomorrow.
Okay, thank you very much. Sir, any gentlemen on the panel, sir, any final comments you'd like to make?
Final thoughts you have, guys?
Just the only thing is all these students have shown a lot of grit, determination, focus, and the preparation, and not just the men, but the women, obviously. So we're very proud of everything that they've done, and I think their teammates are also very proud of what they've achieved as well.
I'll close out then. I'll go back to my no change of standards, just a little story. So I think I was overdoing something with RTAC after we had completed all our courses with the women, the gender integrated courses, and they had moved on to Ranger School. And the women were already in RAP week. It may have even been, further down the road there. They may have been in Darby. And I had an RTAC instructor go, "Sir, are we going to have to change the standard?" And I said, "Why would we have to change the standard? They've shown us that they can meet the standard. We don't have a requirement to change it. Why would we want to change that?" And it was, okay, good. Thank you. But now the other piece there, just kind of wrapping up a couple things. Dan, the standards didn't change. The Ranger instructors graded them, and I go back to RAP week was consistent. And if you look at this particular 2-person cohort, 3 if you count our third Ranger up in the mountains, they went through RAP week twice. Successfully completed RAP week twice. That's a pretty tough physical event. And they went through Darby, and the third time they worked their way through the patrols, and they've continue to move. So again, standards don't change. You have to pass your patrols. You have to pass your peers to get to Ranger School graduation. And the last thing I'd say is a tremendous amount of admiration, not just for this 96. When you look at the classes, I watch people that, again, go beyond, I want to go to Ranger School, and actually show up at Ranger School, and I just have a tremendous amount of admiration for them. And you can't help it. Some of you were out there for the RPFT at dark 30. It's cold out there, and you're watching the students working their way, through the push-up line into the sit-ups and lining up for the 5 mile. and you know their day's just starting and it's going to be a long day, how can you not have admiration for that? Because they've raised their hand and said, I want to give this a shot. So, but to all of you, thank you very much. And again, I think you'll very much enjoy the conversations with the Ranger students.
Thank you, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break, reset a couple of things, and then we'll start our next panel at promptly at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, so unofficially, all of you that are here, you also can come back for the Maneuver Warfighter Conference, which will be the 15th through the 17th of September. I'd love to see you there. Talk some of the initiatives going on here at Fort Benning, but we'd love to have some of you back here and host you back in here.
I think so. We're going to bring our panel in. We have 8 individuals that graciously volunteered their time to speak with the media today. Follow the same format as we did prior. Have a couple opening introductions and statements, and then we'll have a question and follow-up. Yeah, I'll bring up the sock puppets. Go ahead and have a seat. We have our 8 volunteers today, and I'm going to give them an opportunity to go down the line, give a brief introduction of themselves, and then we'll start with some question and answers. Please.
Hello, my name is Ranger Erickson Crow. I'm a second lieutenant infantry officer in this fine United States Army. I went to University of Vermont and Champlain College in Burlington, Vermont. Some of my best memories at Ranger School, other than being struck by lightning, and that was fun, electrifying. Other than that, having to tie 2 of my buddies to a tree in mountain phase due to their physical state. Rumble.
Good afternoon. I'm Ranger Anthony Rombold, second lieutenant in the Armor Branch. I'm originally from Clarion, Pennsylvania. My favorite memory of Ranger School would be being able to complete the course after being struck by lightning, and Rangers Carvalho and Crow saving my life.
I'm Ranger Mike Janowski, second lieutenant infantry officer from Texas. And my finest memory of Ranger School will occur tomorrow at about 11 o'clock.
My name is Ranger Shay Haver. I am an Army brat. I'm from 4th ID. And my favorite memories of West Point, I was a graduate of West Point. My favorite memories of Ranger School will probably be the fact that I only had to do mountain phase 1 time.
I'm Ranger Michael Calderon. I'm a staff sergeant in the Army, currently stationed out of Fort Carson, Colorado. Currently working as a sniper section leader, and my favorite memory is definitely going to be the lightning strike. It's a pretty shocking experience. So.
I'm Ranger Chris Carvalho. I'm a medic from 1st Battalion, 75th Ranger Regiment. I went to Arizona State, enlisted in the Army, and now I'm here. I'd say my favorite memory from Ranger School would be seeing Ranger Rombold take his first breaths after I was doing CPR on him for about a minute.
I'm Ranger Kristen Grice. I'm a captain in the 101st Airborne Division, originally from Orange, Connecticut. And my best memory from Ranger School was finishing Rap Week for the final time.
I'm Ranger Hagner. I'm originally from Berlin, New Jersey. I'm a second lieutenant in the Armor Branch. I had a lot of fun moments at Ranger School. They all happened in the DFAC, but other than that, yeah.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll start our questions and answer. We have about an hour right now. Again, 1 question, 1 follow-up. David Martin from CBS News, please continue.
First of all, congratulations to all of you. But I'd like to ask the 2 women, how does it feel to be the first? And what would you tell other women who are probably now going to try to follow in your footsteps?
I would say that it's definitely awesome to be part of the history of Ranger School in general. So graduating with these guys next to me and the 90 plus other Ranger students that will graduate tomorrow probably will be one of the highlights of my life. To the other females who plan on coming, I hope that they come with a strong mind. That's what it takes to get through here, just like everyone sitting next to me here had to do to make it to tomorrow.
Yeah, I feel pretty much the same way. I'm just happy to be done with the course. I just came here to try to be a better leader and improve myself, and I feel like I did that. And for other women who have that same goal in mind, just keep that goal in mind and just don't lose sight of it, and just keep reminding yourself of why you're there, and they'll be fine.
Jim Miklashevsky with NBC News, also for the two women, no surprise, I guess. First of all, what made you pursue the ranger course? What made you come here to do that? Second, at any time during the training, did either one of you think about quitting? Did you ever reach that low point where you actually thought about quitting? And then the third part, well, why don't you do those two, and then I'll do a follow-up.
Roger. Sir, I've definitely wanted to come to Ranger School for the last couple of years since I learned about it at West Point. I had a lot of mentors and peers that were training up to go, and so they really just motivated me to get in that mindset, to try to improve myself as a leader and be the best officer I could be. So that's been about 4 or 5 years now. And as far as, sorry, what was the second question?
Did you ever at any point think
feel like
about
quitting?
quitting?
I never seriously considered it. I definitely had some low points, particularly in the swamps in Florida, but I never actually thought anything was going to be too difficult that it was worth leaving the course.
Well, I decided, actually, I didn't really consider coming to Ranger School until the ALAR Act was posted. That's just the military message that was posted last November, stating that they were going to open that course up to females. I had a very supportive chain of command who encouraged me to do so. And the reasons why I chose to come were the same as these men here, to get the experience of the elite leadership school that the Army has to provide, to give me the opportunity to lead my soldiers the best that I can. Seriously considering quitting throughout the course, I think I would be crazy to say if I didn't. The men can back me up on this. There's definitely a point you hit along the way. It doesn't matter where it is. It's all different for everybody else. But the ability to look around to my peers and see that they were sucking just as bad as I was kept me going. And I'm pretty sure that they can probably say the same thing. So.
And do either one of you feel like you've broken new ground here? That you've opened the way for other women to not only pursue Ranger training, but actually to go beyond that to actual positions in combat units?
I think the decisions to open up further combat units, of course, will be up to senior leaders in the military. But I do hope that with our performance in Ranger School, we've been able to inform that decision as to what they can expect from women in the military, that we can handle things physically and mentally on the same level as men, and that we can deal with the same stresses in training that the men can.
Okay. Oh, go ahead, sorry.
Just to further on that point, I think if females continue to come to this course, that they can they can be encouraged by what we have accomplished, but hopefully they're encouraged by the legacy that the Ranger community has left, and that that's good enough. It was good enough to make us come, and it was good enough to help us, force ourselves through, and to eventually graduate tomorrow.
Jim Michaels, USA Today, please.
Yeah, for the two women, and then also for anyone who wants to weigh in as well, but did you feel any sort of internal pressure on yourselves as you were going through the school that, recognizing that you were the first in the Ranger course? And also for the men, if, what that was like going through a class that for the first time had some women in it. What were there any specific challenges or any differences or anything like that?
I would say I felt some internal pressure because I knew how badly I wanted to go when I was a second lieutenant. Before I became a platoon leader, I was hoping to go to this course because it is the best training the Army can provide, and I wanted to have that training before I took a platoon. So I was thinking really of future generations of women, that I would like them to have that opportunity, so I had that pressure on myself. And then just other than that, not letting people down that I knew believed in me, people that were supporting me. So.
As far as males in their, I guess, mind, what was going through my mind at least, you're way too tired and way too hungry to really honestly care. But I know I mean, it's in the back of our minds. Obviously, we were aware of what's going on, but in the end, at the end of the day, everyone was a Ranger. It didn't matter. You know, everyone was a Ranger. It was the same throughout, as long as the team pulled through and accomplished the mission.
Yeah, I mean, I used to caveat on that. Like when we were given resupply and you're given 2,000 rounds of machine gun ammo, the last thing you're caring about is whether or not your Ranger buddy's a man or a woman, because you're not carrying all 2,000 rounds by yourself. So.
Dan.
Yes, thank you. There's a lot of scrutiny on you. I'm sure you're aware of it. There's a lot of questions about whether standards were lowered. We've already heard at some length from the leadership here that that's not the case. But do you feel like in any way that has diminished your accomplishment, or get frustrated when you've kind of caught, probably at least in the last day or two, some of that conversation? And I guess this really goes for men and women.
Dave, do you mind if I take that question?
Sure.
So, as far as I'm concerned, I know my first experience with the women in Ranger School was during RAP Week, and one in particular event that stood out in my mind would be the 12-mile ruck march, in which we had about maybe 50 pounds plus whatever weight we carried in water in our backs. And the women, these two women at least, and the third that is still in the mountains right now, finished well ahead of some of the males, and well ahead of 60 other men that didn't even complete the ruck march. And so right then and there, that was what validated it for me, to say, hey, these women are for real, they're here to stay, they're carrying the same way we are, and they're doing the same stuff that we are. And that was what really solidified it for me.
And in regards to standards, I went through Florida, luckily, twice. And I went through a all-male class and then a female integrated class. So I was able to see what a non-female integrated class would look like in Florida, and then once I got there. And the class was exactly the same. If anything, it was harder due to the climate, because I don't know if it's been breaking any records, but it was hot, really, really hot, this cycle in Florida. And the previous cycle that I went through before, which was in late June, it was a lot easier due to the climate. And so if anything, the standards were the same, but the climate made it just harder for them and for us altogether.
I'd appreciate your perspective as well to the two women, please.
I can't really speak to previous classes prior to 615, but I can say that recycling through Darby on our third time, they were equally as hard and equally as challenging. The RIs are relentless no matter who you are, and I think that the men can attest to that. We weren't the only ones that were recycling. We weren't the only ones that went forward. So equal standards across the board, equal challenges, and ultimately we ended up here today together. So.
And I think Ranger Danowski put it pretty well. When your squad gets 2,000 rounds of ammo, or you realize that you're the weapon squad and you've got 2 machine guns to carry, I mean, you look around and there's only 10 of you or so, and everybody, all of a sudden the men really don't care at all that you're a female. You're carrying some of that, and you feel the exact same way. You're going to help share the load as much as anybody. So we felt like we were contributing as much as the men, and I think they felt that way too.
Jonathan, Fox News.
Follow up to Jonathan Serry with Fox News. Follow up to that. I know in the heat of training, you became gender blind, and it didn't matter the gender of your fellow soldier. But I'm wondering if any of you before the training perhaps were skeptical about whether this was going to work out, and if your minds were changed. Does that apply to anyone there?
So I was pretty skeptical. I went to school with Shay, and I knew she was a physical stud. But I was skeptical of whether or not she could handle it, because I was fortunate enough, this is my 3rd time at Ranger School. I've been med drop twice before, so I saw what Ranger School was like before entering this class. And I was skeptical if they could handle it physically. Then we got to mountains, and there was one night we were doing a long walk. I was the 320 gunner, so I had a lot of weight on me, and I was struggling. And I stopped and I asked a halfway point, hey, can anyone help take some of this weight? I got a lot of deer in the headlight looks. You know, a lot of people were like, I can't take any more weight. Shay was the only one to volunteer to take that weight. She took the weight off me. She carried it the last half of that ruck. Literally saved me. I probably wouldn't be sitting here right now if it wasn't for Shay. So from that point, no more skepticism. I knew she was going to make it straight through.
Anyone else?
I'll chime in on that. I was also a little skeptical. I didn't go to Ranger school any times previous before this one. However, I just was, I guess, ignorant and assumed that because they're women, it was going to be harder for them. Once I was with Ranger Grice through Darby Mountains and Florida, once I got to know her, and I was in no way skeptical anymore. She completely changed my mind, along with Ranger Haver in Recycle. I recycle with her. And I have a story similar to Ranger Janowski's. I carried the saw for about 3 days, and I was like, okay, well, I need somebody to take this for me. And I went to every single person just in a line, no order. And they're like, no, I'm really tired too, I'm broken. And as soon as I went to Ranger Grice, this was the last day of Mountain Phase, she was like, wanted it from me. She basically took it away from me. And so all 9 guys were like, well, I'm too broken, I'm too tired. She, just as broken and tired, took it from me with like almost excitement, which I thought she was crazy for that, but maybe she was just motivated, and that's how she is.
Thank you. Any other former skeptics? Or does that take care of all of you?
I think, honestly, I was pretty skeptical, too, about their being able to handle the pressure with the ruck and just the physicality of the whole event. And honestly, that was smashed pretty fast. Every one of them, I got to know a few of the other females who didn't make it through, were just absolutely physical studs. But I think the main issue that some of them were running into is just tactically, they just weren't proficient enough, just because they aren't in those combat roles yet. And so where I was completely believed that they were going to just run into the walls of just physical walls where they would just break down, that was never the issue.
Thank you.
Anna.
Anna Mulrine with the Christian Science Monitor. I just want to say congrats to all of you guys and to you two women too. It's a pretty big deal, and it's historic. So when you think about the history of this moment and all those thoughts that you're trying to keep in your mind, I'm sure everybody has their own kind of personal mantras. They're trying to get through such a tough physical challenge. I'm just curious what it feels like to hear from the two women, to hear your fellow soldiers, your fellow Rangers now, say these things about you. What does this mean for you to hear them saying it?
I mean, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool that they have accepted us. I think that we ourselves came to Ranger School skeptical, like with our guards up, ready just in case, the haters and the naysayers. But we didn't come with a chip on our shoulder like we had anything to prove. I think that we came our best prepared that we possibly could be, and just in mind, the same as the men, that we were going to take one event at a time and to continue through. So I think that the battles that we won were individual, and the fact that at each event that we succeeded in, we kind of were winning hearts and minds as we went. But that was more important to us, becoming teammates with our Ranger buddies that we're graduating with tomorrow, than making a statement, whether it's for females of the future of Ranger School or females of the future of the military, whatever it was. Just personally for ourselves in our leadership role, becoming one of the teammates that we could be trusted just like everyone else, whether it was on a patrol or to carry something heavy or whatever it was. That every single time we accomplished something, that it gave us that extra foothold in being part of the team. So I can say without a doubt that the team that I'm graduating with tomorrow accept me completely as a Ranger, and I couldn't be more proud and humbled by the experience to graduate with them tomorrow. And basically, that's where we stand with that.
Yeah, I feel the same way. It's really a relief to hear that. I think coming to Ranger School, my biggest concern was that I might not be able to carry as much weight or not be able to meet up to the same standard, but every single task we had, I definitely tried to do that, and then some. I tried to do as much as I could, and I saw everybody else helping each other out, and you just try to be the best teammate that you can, and I think that just is what is showing right now, that we were able to do that.
Great. And,
Okay, go ahead.
oh yeah, and just when you heard when you guys got the offer for the day one recycle at Darby, what was going through your mind? And for patrolling too, I think there's been a lot of questions out there also. What makes patrolling so hard? What are the big challenges there? I'm just wondering if you guys can talk just a bit about that.
Well, when we went into the brigade commander's office after we'd failed Darby twice, that was generally, we were pretty much thought we were going to get told we were dropped. We all asked for a recycle, and we knew that really wasn't an option. And then I was willing to take whatever, he was going to give us. And then when he offered the day one, I just immediately accepted it without thinking about it. And when I left the office, I was like, all right, okay, day one. But I was definitely glad I took it. I didn't, hesitate to take any chance to continue the course. So I was glad I did. It was just kind of daunting for the next 3 weeks after that. But it's a good decision.
So that day, we weren't the only ones to, receive the offer to do the day one. I think that it definitely took a little gut intestinal fortitude to decide to do that. But same as Kristen, there was no hesitation. We decided right then and there, if that's what it was going to take to get our tab, that's what it was going to take. So just like anyone, I guess, who was in it to win it, that's what we decided to do, and it obviously worked out.
And just briefly on the patrols, anything to add on that front?
Why?
Just what made it so tricky? What was when we heard when we're all kind of watching your progress,
Yes.
and when we hear about it, and we hear, okay, well they did awesome on peers, that they
So just
hit those out of the park, but
shortly,
patrols.
the patrols, I think, are difficult for any non-MOS coming to this branch. This is obviously an infantry-based school, and the tasks that are required of you are tasks that are trained in the infantry MOS schools and their basics specifically. So anyone coming from a different branch would have a little more difficulty adjusting. I don't think that we felt in any way that we were at a disadvantage more than any other branch that was not offered the same training prior to.
And yeah, along the same lines, I didn't feel that, when we went through it, it was definitely a humbling experience. We thought coming here we were a little more prepared than we turned out to be. But looking back, as we actually did start passing patrols, looking at how I was the first time I tried and the second time, I actually realized how much I learned at Ranger School, and just going through the repetitions, how beneficial that was to developing some sort of tactical sense, as opposed to when we first came in, where we were going a little bit more just by the book, I think. So we realized that it really is an advantage to be in those infantry units, in the combat units, and coming in from an outside perspective, I think, gave us that disadvantage.
Crow, did you have anything? Chuck Williams, leisure, please.
For Lieutenant Haber and Captain Grice, this is a follow-up on the day one. Command Sergeant Major Arnold and others said when y'all took the day one, it was a game changer. From your perspective, was the course any different after May 28th than it was before May 28th?
Do we have anybody that recycled with us? No? Hagner?
What did you say?
You recycled with us?
I can field that first. I was started in the May class, and then I recycled with both Rangers Grice and Haver, and there was absolutely no difference between the two classes themselves in Darby. I didn't make it past Darby because I recycled, so I can't comment on the other two phases. However, everything was completely the same, besides the company I was in. So there was no change as far as Darby, and I didn't go into Rap Week with them, which I'm very thankful for. But other than that, yeah, standards were exactly the same.
I can caveat on that a little bit as well. When they recycled into 815 and started with us during a Rap Week, I know we lost probably close to 60% of our class, high 50% of our class. I think those numbers in themselves speak volumes as to how physically and mentally demanding Rap Week alone is, and for them to have done it twice, that's pretty impressive if you ask me.
Okay, Jay. Price.
Jay Price with NPR. Congratulations to all of you. I want to start this one I want to do this by gender, but I want to start with the men, and maybe I'll pick on Second Lieutenant Rombold since he just came back from the dead and might have some special insight he brought back. After going through all this with these two women, do you have any doubt at all that women can handle most or maybe even all of these combat jobs they're excluded from currently?
I think as far as the policy goes, that's something that's best left to the senior leaders in the Army. But, as far as we've clearly seen women here in Ranger School, they can handle the task physically and mentally. So I'm curious to see what kind of doors this will open in the future. However, I don't really want to comment as far as, you know, whether these doors should be open now, and it's kind of above my pay grade, but, you know. In Ranger School, you build bonds through hardship and physicality. And that's something that everyone in this room who has a Ranger tab understands, and we connect that way because of the Ranger tab. And I can say that I would always rather have someone with a Ranger tab to my left and right when it came into combat situations. And I don't care if that's a male or female. If they have a Ranger tab, I want them next to me. And these two females have showed themselves that they can serve by my side at any time, because I know I can trust them, and I hope that they can trust me. So personally, I think, especially with these two, I have no issues or qualms with them serving next to me in combat.
And these kind of conversions, some of you said you had skepticism about this until you went into it. What's the range of opinion among the other men that you were out there with? Did any of them have anything different to say?
Can't really speak for the opinions of our Ranger buddies. Everyone has their own opinion. I'm not really sure if anyone. I don't know what their opinions are, to be honest.
Every other Ranger I've spoken to in this class has just said the same thing, that there's a standard, and standards were met for Ranger School, so that's basically it.
I can speak as far as in our squad. There's not a single, because I was in the same squad as Ranger Grice, there's not a single male in there that would not say the same thing I'm saying, that there was one standard is the Ranger standard. And it wasn't even the training made us blind to the gender. It was the qualities of Ranger Grice that made us blind to the gender, because she was strong and determined, and female or male, it was the person that made us change our views.
And the peer evaluations that we fill out on every one of our squad mates is what will show the opinions of those who served in the squads with them. And both Ranger Haver and Ranger Grice peered very highly.
Have one more related.
One follow-up, sure.
And to the women, do you feel like you can serve in most or all of those combat jobs that aren't open to you now? And do you feel like women are already serving in combat jobs?
So I think in the past decade that we've been deployed, females have served in those combat roles. I myself am attack aviation, which I plan to continue to serve in my role as an aviator. So I can't speak to what other females will decide to do if those doors are open. But I can say is that I plan to stay with aviation as far as that'll let me go, and hope to serve as far as leadership will let me continue in my position.
Yeah, like we said kind of consistently, it didn't seem to be like the physical aspects of it or the mentally demanding aspects of it that were so difficult. It was just the lack of tactical training that I think we had originally. And I think if the same training is provided to women in the same courses, and women are integrated into those just the same way men are into those branches, I think they'll have the same opportunity for success. I mean, it's just speculation, but based on our experience here.
Matthew, do you have Matthew Cox?
Congratulations to you all again. I did have a question for the males, and that's, this is obviously a big event. We're all here. We're all pummeling you with questions. How has this experience been for you as far as being involved in this? This is kind of an historic effort. I mean, it's rather than just I got my slot. I'm going to Ranger School. Awesome, I made it. I mean, has it changed it any? Can you talk about that?
I think anytime you're involved in a historic event is pretty cool. For instance, if we weren't in this class, we wouldn't be sitting here in front of all of you. But I mean, as far as, we've kind of hit on it before, as far as the whole gender thing goes, when you're out in the field, you really don't see a difference. Personally, I didn't work with either of these women out in the field. My squad was all men. The only time I worked with a woman was way back in class 615. She did not make it through the course, so maybe my opinion is a little different than some of these gentlemen who worked with the women. But when you're out in the field and you're starving and you're tired and cold and miserable, you really don't think about the gender.
Yeah, I'd have to agree there. No differences, especially if you're just so tired to even care. And honestly, it seemed like, I guess, what would be a typical Ranger class until we were all struck by lightning. And then that was, and then it got a little weird from there. And so,
Richard, New York Times?
Thanks, Colonel, and congratulations to all of you. I would like to ask two questions. First to Captain Grice, because Lieutenant Haber already answered this, but what would you like to do in your career? Obviously, some doors still have to be open, but if they were open, would you like to be infantry? Would you like to do special operations or anything like that? And then second to the men, we have heard quite a lot about how well their peer reports were, and we've heard even from some of the people in brigade that they did better on that than most of the other students, if I'm characterizing that right. But I'd be curious to the other men, if you guys could talk to the men here, if you could talk a little bit about kind of tangibly what kind of things, what kind of characteristics and traits they have that made you all rate them so highly on the peer reports. I mean, a couple of you mentioned the carrying stuff when you were really hurting, but were there other sort of qualities, leadership or otherwise, that they really kind of shine through all the time on, or what sort of thing led you to rate them so highly?
I'm definitely interested to see what new doors do open up for women. I think Special Forces would be something that I would definitely be interested in if my timeline permits for that. Currently, I'm trying to pursue Civil Affairs, which is under the Special Operations umbrella that is currently open to women. But there's also several other options out there. I'm honestly just not very decided about it. But that is something I'm looking at pursuing if more opportunities do open to women, definitely.
As far as the peer evaluations go, I was Ranger Haver's Ranger buddy throughout. We went straight through together. So I filled out 3 peer evals on her, one after Darby, one after Mountains, and one after Florida. The way peer evaluations work is it's a simple form. You go through and you rank the Ranger 1 through, in this case, 10, because that's how many we had in our squad, 10 being the worst, 1 being the best. Then you mention a couple of characteristics of theirs. Dependability, I wrote about how I trust her with my life. She proved it. She earned that respect from me. Teamwork, I mentioned stories like how she carried weight no matter how bad she was hurting. She was always the first to volunteer to grab more weight. Natural leadership ability despite not having as much tactical knowledge as some of the others. Then at the bottom of the form, you write, will you go to war with this Ranger? I would go to war with her every single phase. And would you share a foxhole with this Ranger? Again, I'd share a foxhole with her every single time. And of course, she peered very highly on mine because I would not be here right now without her. So that's how peers work.
To caveat with that, I was Ranger Grice, a battle buddy through Mountains and through Florida. Those are the times I got to do peer evaluations on her. And the other qualities like initiative, dependability, teamwork, I always put her high in dependability because I could depend on her, but you could see it throughout the entire platoon, not just the squad, because every time there was any kind of planning that had to happen, she was always getting pulled from our squad to help whoever the platoon leader that day was, because they knew that they could rely on her to do whatever that task in the middle was. So it happened so many times that some of the Ranger instructors were like, she needs to stop being the person in charge of routes. You guys need to do land nav too, which I was really upset with that because I'm bad at land nav and I'd be thrown into the gauntlet. But either way, all the attributes, like initiative, always going to the middle if she needed to, all of them are very high. So I always rated her in the top 5 of my peers as well.
Okay, ABC, Sarah, quick, then we'll go to.
Hi, I'm Sarah. I'm with ABC News. I'm wondering, looking back for the 2 women at your road here, do you have any special female mentors who you really look up to, or any mentors in the military who really helped you get to where you are? And then, within the course of Ranger School, was there any sort of camaraderie between all the women who were going out for this? Did you sort of band together to help each other, or sort of just do your own thing and focus on yourself?
I'd like to say my mentor, I guess, growing up was Mia Hamm. I was a soccer player, and I wanted to be her. It was awesome. I've always been an athlete, so I think that's kind of what drove me to be physically fit and to accomplish the things that I had to do for Ranger School in general. So there's that piece. I guess the banding together of women at Ranger School was non-existent because we were spread to the four winds, different companies and things. And honestly, I think that that was very important. We immediately integrated within our squads and became teammates that way. And it was never about the women, trying to beat the men through Ranger School or the women banding together for any reason in Ranger School. So when you're sucking, it's the person immediately next to you, and how we were dispersed throughout the companies didn't afford for a woman to be there. And quite frankly, I don't think we needed that support. We just needed that support from our Ranger buddies next to us. So we intentionally, I think, tried to rely on our squad mates because they're the closest to us, and not the females around us.
I'll say, from my perspective, there's a kind of a scarcity of female mentors, I think, in the military. So I really didn't have one until I got to my current unit, the 716th MP Battalion. And Major Barrett was my executive officer. And I just remember her, we did a unit triathlon for fun. It was kind of like a fun game week. And I just remember she beat every man that had competed, including after her bike seat fell off. She finished the bike race and the 5K ahead of everybody. So that was pretty inspiring to me. I remember thinking I need to step up my game when I saw that. And then as far as otherwise, mentors, it's really more among your peers. I think even at West Point, and once we met all the other women who had gone through RTAC, that was pretty inspiring just to meet these other women that had the same interests as us, because we are pretty far dispersed throughout the Army. And you just look at one another and realize what they're doing, and that kind of motivates you to push yourself harder as well.
And I think, there's just a great appetite to hear what your experience going through Ranger School was. If each of you could say, one memory, what it was like in your own words, maybe the hardest, day that you had, or something that really stuck with you.
I think there was 3 hardest days of my life every week going through Ranger School. Every day I was like, no, this is actually the hardest. For me, really, I think the swamps, both in Darby and Florida, were just frustrating. You're going through at night. You're either cold or extremely hot, one or the other. And you're walking under night vision for hours on end. You don't know when it's going to end, tripping over things. It's just generally frustrating. And then definitely taking the day one recycle and going through rap week again was very difficult mentally.
Any night movement whatsoever under nods. I'm pretty sure if it was a flat road, I could find something to trip on. But I honestly would like to hear this from the guys, what their hardest was.
Night movements.
Swamps.
Day 6 of mountains, walking over the mountains with the saw for what felt like 12 hours.
When you move through the swamps in Florida, you're not allowed to use night vision. And so there's no illumination from the moon. And with the cover of the swamp, like trees and all that, and the mangroves, you can't see anything. You literally can't see anything besides the person vaguely in front of you. And you're not allowed to use any of your slings for your weapons. And some of the weapons weigh upward of 30 pounds. And so you're carrying through. You have vines going under the water, which you can't see. And you're just tripping and falling and essentially drowning for 4 hours. Just trying to make it to a rope bridge to re-enter the swamp on the other side, and then continue drowning for 4 more hours. So
I have to
this
actually
one's-
disagree with him because I broke my prescription iPro on day 4 of the Florida FTX. So the only time I was on an even level with everyone as far as vision was in the swamps. So even though that was probably one of the worst movements for me, it was the only time I could actually see as much as everyone else, so I was happy.
Okay. Thanks. Corey, Star Stripes.
Corey Dixon with Stars and Stripes. I'm going to ask y'all to look forward to tomorrow, which I know you guys all are. So this is kind of for all of y'all, whoever wants to answer. But tomorrow morning, when you have that Ranger tab pinned on, what's going to go through your head, and what is it a sense of relief? What's going to go on there?
think that the work is just beginning for all of us. I mean, we all know when we pin that tab on, it's the legacy that you're carrying on. You carry on for the rest of your life, and it's something that you need to show to your soldiers and those around you every day that you're willing to go that extra mile and you're willing to work that much harder for them and to lead them.
Yeah, after going through Ranger School, you get beat up pretty good. You like to think that you're still in shape. We can carry a lot of weight, but running across the parking lot, get out of breath pretty quickly. So I'd say, yeah, I got to pin that tab on. You got to get back in shape real quick because the standards got to be upheld. No time to waste.
There's a saying that a lot of the Ranger instructors like to say to us every phase and basically every time we're looking like we're hurting, which is Ranger School hasn't started yet. It's just beginning today. And during the actual course, I was like, well, no, I'm pretty sure I'm in it. But I'm coming to realize that is true. Like I said, you need to get back in shape. There can't be any excuses because you see all the great leaders of our Army, they have Ranger tabs, and they didn't have excuses. So as the new group of people moving forward with tabs, we have to be just as strong as them and have no excuses and show the legacy of the tab.
For the two female rangers, I wanted to know what advice you'd have for other women who are perhaps considering trying ranger school. And do you know to what extent there's an interest among other women who haven't tried? Is there going to be many more that you're aware of that will be trying?
I personally know a lot of women that are interested in going, and for whatever reason, whether it was timing or deployment, or they're in some school at this point in time, they weren't able to go to this assessment. But I definitely know many very qualified women that I can think of that could certainly pass the course or at least make a very good attempt. And I would definitely encourage them to go. And I would just say keep doing what they're doing. They're motivated. It's really more of a mental challenge than physical. If you mentally know you want to get through, and you have to want to get through, then they'll be able to make it.
I think that it takes a whole lot more will power and mental capacity to pass than physical capacity. I think that any semi-sane female who wants to do an attempt at this course will prepare themselves physically enough to accomplish the tasks or very nearly meet them. But something that you can't really prepare yourself for, something that we've never had to deal with because we've never been admitted into courses like this, is that mental aspect. And it takes a certain kind of person. So just realizing that the mental side of the issue as you come is going to be the most challenging thing that you will ever face, and exceeding that. My advice is to, once you get to that point, keep going, and to realize that your mind can take a whole lot more than your body can.
I think there's one common denominator, and this is not gender specific, but I feel like every one of the 96 Rangers who are graduating tomorrow said in their mind, they say, hey, quitting's not an option. We're going to stick this out, and we're going to do what needs to be done to get our Ranger tab. And I feel like anybody that comes to the school with that mentality is going to get their tab, and whether they do it in 61 days or whether they do it in 3/4 of a year. That's on them, and maybe a little bit of the RIs or the Ranger instructors, depending on what kind of mood they're in. They can get it done. It's just a matter of not quitting and doing what needs to be done.
Janine?
Hi, Janine Donaldson from WTVM. I just wanted to say congratulations to everyone here. But for you two, we talked about who your role models were, but did you guys ever think that you're trained leaders, you lead squads, you lead platoons. How will you be good role models now that you are stepping into that position, whether you realize it or not?
So I think how we got to the position that we were in general was that our chain of command saw the potential leadership in us from the beginning. I think that the support that I received, especially from my chain of command, afforded me to come and have this opportunity. If I was a dirtbag, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't have made it to this point. So I think that that's for the men as well. So whatever opportunity that you're presented, you take it and you run with it. My ability to be a role model, awesome. But I have been commissioned to be an Army leader, period. And I'll continue to do that until the day I get out. And then some.
Yeah, and I think kind of what we were talking about before, about how we're going to feel tomorrow when we pin on the tab, you're really taking on a lot of responsibility because there's a lot of expectation with what goes on or what to expect from somebody who wears the Ranger tab. And I think knowing that you have to uphold that legacy every day, you can't really have an off day, you can't be tired, you need to go the extra mile. Just constantly having that in your mind and having that respect for the Ranger tab will keep us as good role models.
Russ, AP?
Hey, I'm Russ Bynum with AP. Again, congrats to all of you. Curious, Captain Greist and Lieutenant Haber, how did you prepare for Ranger School? I'm sure there were a lot of things you weren't prepared for, but what did you do to get ready for this?
Personally, I like to run, so I definitely ran a lot, trying to make sure I was just meeting the first physical standards for that first week of Ranger School, RAP week. It's a 5-mile run under 40 minutes, so I made sure I met that standard. I increased my upper body training to meet the push-ups and chin-ups, and I did a lot of land navigation practice. Those are the biggest things I was focused on. I felt once I got through RAP week, I had to get over that hurdle, and then I could learn some more and focus on the rest afterwards, possibly 3 times in a row.
No, I mean, I think that your body is a machine, and I like to fuel the machine, so I ate lots of food. I worked out as much as possible, but I didn't really have a whole lot of time to prepare. I was at NTC and doing my job prior to doing this. Guys, did you do anything special to prepare for Ranger School?
I gained weight.
Good
I
job.
literally gained weight.
We ate food.
Because your body's gonna go through a lot of changes while you're at Ranger School. I lost 26 pounds in about 8 weeks, and I definitely plumped up a little before I came because I knew I was gonna be losing a lot of weight.
Dan.
That actually relates to the question I had. Physical transformation through Ranger School, especially the 2 women, but really the men as well. How many pounds did you lose while here? And in terms of like how many push-ups could you do versus, as your body breaks down over time, where do you think you would be now?
My body doesn't like to lose weight, so probably I tried to gain weight as I went in. I probably put on 5 to 10 extra pounds. Then I lost that, and then when we recycled, I probably gained it back, and then lost that again. So it wasn't a huge discrepancy for females, as much as some of the men losing 20 to 40 pounds. But we were also eating 2 MREs a day, which is more for a woman than it is for a man, frankly, in terms of calories. So.
I guess being Ranger buddy, my body wanted to make up for her not losing weight. So I lost about 30 pounds, and that was after I gained weight on the recycle, and then I lost, so probably overall like 35 to 40 pounds is what I lost, which I think I've already gained back somehow in the last couple days. And as far as like doing push-ups and anything like that, I'm not even sure if I could do 10 right now. Give me a week or 2, I'll probably be back up to 15, but yeah, it's definitely deteriorated my body a little bit. But.
In the RAP week, when you get smoked or punished for something, for hours on end, you'll just push-ups, sit-ups, anything, Y squat, anything that they can do. Where in Florida, the punishments seem equally as bad, but they'll be like, all right, 5 push-ups. And you'll just be like, oh my God, like I can't do that. And it's funny to watch your body just deteriorate rapidly, as humorous as that can be.
Chuck, do you have a?
Yeah, I was gonna ask all.
Okay. Sorry about that. Jim from NBC.
Okay.
Need to get the mic
both you
over.
ladies are very modest.
Mic, please, Jim. Thanks.
Both you ladies have been very modest, and it's admirable about your achievements. But we've been told time and again the significance of having that Ranger tab, that it sets you apart from many other of your peers, sometimes above your peers. Has it really sunk in yet exactly what you've accomplished here?
I think for me, the biggest accomplishment was just that it was a goal I've had for so long. I knew I wanted to do it 5 or 6 years ago when I was a cadet, and I had a mentor who brought me into his infantry mentorship program because he knew I was interested in Ranger School. And just to be able to see that goal through, he said I could join as long as I met the same standard as the men. At the time, I couldn't meet the same standard, and just to see my own progress over the last couple of years as I was a platoon leader, I took a lot more, I guess, responsibility for my own physical fitness and my own leadership abilities, and tried to improve to where I am now. I think that's the biggest goal for me, or the biggest achievement for me, really, was seeing that I was able to accomplish that more than, I don't know, anything else, really.
And personally, what does the Ranger tab mean to you?
It was always just about trying to get the best training that the Army could offer us to be the best officer for my soldiers. And so I feel like I finally have reached that level where I've gone to that training. Obviously, I can still continue to improve every day I'm going to, but being able to achieve that level of training was an accomplishment for me.
And Lieutenant Haber?
So prior to this accomplishment, I think the biggest accomplishment of my life was getting into and then graduating West Point. I remember going and visiting the campus with my mom before starting Beats Barracks, and the feeling of pride that I accumulated as I stood there on the plane and kind of thought about the history that it provided completely overwhelmed me, and I knew that's exactly where I wanted to be, that I was going to take it and I was going to run with it, and that whatever jokester just let me in, I don't know what he was thinking, but I was ready for it. So to graduate from that academy and be part of the Long Gray Line was something huge and something that I can keep pride in for the rest of my life. So that being said, graduating Ranger School, same type of historical significance to me, the same sense of pride, and the fact that I'll be standing there with my Ranger buddies that are here right now, the significance of that to me will have lifelong significance personally, but not only that, being part of something that has been esteemed, I think, by our nation for so long. Same feelings, same well up of pride, I think, and personal accomplishment comes from just that.
Jim Michaels, USA Today, last question.
Thank you. As the Army looks forward and the military services in general look forward at further integrating various MOSs with both men and women, how important is it to keep the standards the same? Again, that was done in Ranger School, but this process is a larger process and it's moving into the future. What would you tell policymakers, if you could, about keeping the standards where they are?
I think that's extremely important if they do go forward with opening further job opportunities in schools to women. No woman that I know wanted to go to Ranger School if they change the standards, because then it degrades what the tab means. It would lower training for everyone and reduce that quality of training for the entire Army. So I don't think anyone wants to see that done. Maintaining the standard is absolutely imperative, I think. And kind of towards the other question that was just asked, why that's important is that, we're leaders in the Army. We're expected to do, what we ask of our soldiers and then some. We're supposed to be leading from the front, being able to do more than we ask our soldiers to do. So having something like the Ranger tab, going to this school, getting this training shows that you are putting forth that effort. You do have the determination to achieve those tasks and accomplish that stuff.
I think Ranger School can be a fantastic example to the other programs that do open up for women, that if you maintain the standard you've had for however long, you're going to get people that can meet that standard, females or males. You're going to get people that have whatever virtues or physicality, the characteristics that meet that standard. And if you lower it, it's just going to be lowering it there's going to be men that sneak through the cracks that really shouldn't. So maintaining that standard is pivotal to have good soldiers and good leaders in our military.
I think the bottom line is what it comes down to is if the standards are lowered, and whether that's to allow women in a combat role or whether that's to allow more soldiers to enter the Army or whatever it may be, if the standards are lower, it could cost American lives if we were to enter another combat situation. And I don't think that's something that anyone should be willing to compromise for. It should be about quality, not quantity.
Anyone else? Okay, Panel, great job, thank you very much. We'll have Ranger Janowitz and Renaud and Carvalho stand by to follow up on some of the adventures that they suffered or experienced, I shouldn't say suffer, sorry, in the Florida phase. So, panel, thank you for your time and volunteering and telling our story, and we'll dismiss you at this time, okay? Thank you very much.
Sir, the lightning, the light.
Yeah. Yeah, you too. Yeah.
If I could have your attention, I know there's some concern and interest to get moving out of here quickly so we can file to meet deadlines. We want to be cooperative in that regard. So let's finish up what we need to do and then follow up with some quick questions where applicable. And then let's get our kit uploaded and get on the bus so we can move out. Thank you all for coming.
And CPR. Thank God it's CPR. So just out of